Hello and welcome back. We're picking up where we left off last time in our Factorio Pyanodons Mod run. This is, for YouTube, is going to be the start of the 13th day in the highlights, as we start to work through trying to get the Pyanodons Pack 1 here, 5-pack Ron going. So, if you're watching the highlights, we'll be jumping to presumably more of the setup assembled. And if you're watching on the unedited version or on Twitch, it'd be along for the ride for us doing that. One moss farm, CO2, and dirty water. Ah, yes. Got a reminder there for me of what to do. So I need to get the moss farm up here running so we can have some moss. And you'd be running if I was providing rubber stoppers. Okay. You're not running because we have none of you. And we have none of you because you have none of the dishes. You have none of the dishes, so we don't have enough glass. Fair enough. I'm not going to go figure out what's wrong with the glass system right now. So you need dirty water, stone, and sludge. Stone's just going to come off the stone belt, although at some point I should probably review and rerun the stone belts. We do have dirty water in here, yes. We need 1.3 washers and 2 soil extractors to meet the need of this setup. I'm understanding how it works right. Okay. Do I have the washers? So those are the soil extractors. I have the washers, okay. Then the question do I have enough water? The answer probably is, because we've got water coming in here, that would be pretty easy to do. Okay. And right now, okay, so that's a liquid ingredient. That should be easy to sort. It wants to go on that line, not that line. I'm in around the top, okay. Let's go with 2 washers. Might need to move these after I place them, because I want to check the orientation. And we're doing soil plus water. Muddy water in the top, or muddy water out the top, okay. You know, crude solution, but that'll work. That will definitely work. We do pipe. I'll make this an underground. And then we do pipe from there to pipe to there. And you are water. And you'll need soil. That's actually quite a, well, relatively high feed rate. It's 2.7, so it's like 4 inserters going. Let's put the underground there. That works better. And then my soil extractors also take water. Now put soil. And I suppose that would just work. Just have a sushi belt like that going around the swell. resiliency in the system. A quick jank with the water. Mining machine stage 1 done. I'll go add some to my to-do list here in a moment, because we're going to want those mining machines presumably on the bus. Here we go, so that should be running. CO2 should be easy enough to grab. I can just go grab that from the CO2 pipe. Well, that'll run. There might not be enough CO2. We'll revisit CO2 in a moment. Yeah, definitely enough soil. So you make plenty of water, which makes you work. Okay. You have them connected at the bottom? That would be convenient. Not going to complain about that if I got them connected at the bottom. Yes, I have them connected at the bottom. Okay. So I actually don't need that pipe or that pipe. And then I need to plumb in CO2. Probably run it during this down the same plumbing corridor we already got here. Just make the plumbing corridor a little bit wider. Accommodate it. Heavy steam. I just need to go run down and grab the CO2. There's my CO2 line. Plumb it over to the road, and then we can plumb it up from there. Yep, went probably farther than I want. Probably want to come, say, cross like here. Cryptid998 is saying hi, and moss production. Yes, we are working on moss production. Hope that's a bad place to put a underground. Hi to yourself. Hope you're having a good day. So there we go. So now I'm just missing the last ingredient, which is what, the belt and a half of stone. Belt and a half of stone. I'm gonna have to redo the stone belt at some point. Going up to the bus, because I don't think, well, it's 2 belts at this point. And we're about to be pulling a belt and a half, so I have a feeling there's not gonna be much left if this is actually running properly when we get it all set up and done. But next up after the moss here probably wants to be my wood production for the cellulose. There we go, so that should be enough stone. We might have other problems with stone, but for the moment that's a solution. Anyway, we need moss for other processes. In fact, one of the things we'll need moss for is the trees themselves. Okay. So I'm going to need to go grab one... Oh, I got the wood processing unit. Don't have to go grab the wood processing unit. I'll have to go through, grab 3 of the nurseries, and those as well. The farms, the fast forest farms. And the trees, obviously, to go in them. Trees are a different location, though. Oh, these need stone. It would be included in my 2.27. Oh, so okay, so I'm giving the moss way too much. That's fine. Can work with that. Okay, so that should get the saline water going. And then I'm just missing those 9 buildings. I can get this portion built and get the trees growing. Apparently I don't have enough CO2 production. That was plausible to be a thing happening. Here's the nurseries. 3 of you. And I need 6 of you. Okay. And then once we get those installed, I'll have to go run and grab some trees. Assuming I've grown enough trees. I may not have enough actually grown in the old tree nursery. Although I think I set it up to grow 100. Whether it's grown that much or not is a different problem. Oh, down the wrong way. That's actually my pre-outline. Oops. So I just run the other direction with it. There we go. That's fixed. Oh, that's my ash line. I don't want the ash line to work. Probably do want to... How much ash am I taking? Yeah, okay, so I should just be able to nick off the end of this. Okay, that's ash sorted. Water's already been sorted. That's the outputs being sorted. And now that's just the inputs and the power poles. And the trees themselves, obviously. Doesn't work with no trees. So to jumpstart the system, we'll toss some our logs in here. So the big thing we're missing right now is obviously the trees. And the moss feed. We've got the moss made, we just haven't plumbed it in. I'm gonna have to go get more belt. So let's go grab belt, and I'll grab the moss, and also grab the Verox while we're over there. Or not moss, trees. So belts, trees, Verox. The belts. Okay, so here's the tree maker. And yes, I do not have enough trees. I have 50 trees and I need 60. Bit of a shame. 61. I won't pick this yet, or 51. I won't pick 50 first up. Let me here and grab the Verox. I have no Verox. Why do I have no Verox over here? You're growing. Because they're growing. That's what's going on. The setup here presumably is still working. Was still working. 75 more packs. Okay, well we're not gonna unjam that because I'm gonna need the Verox coming soon. So if anything, we just flip that so it doesn't work. I can shove a little bit more agar in the start to get a little bit more science out of here, but we'll be back for that later. Oh, should have grabbed the sap trees while we're down here. Doing the same, well, the nursery where I make my trees, both sap and regular, is the same nursery, so the sap trees were coincidentally in that box. Oh, before I forget, I was going to add mining machines. Well, that's a bunch of things to add to the to-do list. Scrubbers, flotation cells, hydroclassifiers, impact crushers. That'd be a list. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna say add bus. Just check the tech. Everything into that tech. That's too much to add in there. There's multiple to-dos. Why are you not? Oh. Wait. Yeah, you don't have enough wood. Okay. That makes sense because we don't have wood started. Wood, 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 wood. Some wood for you. I don't have the trees from the last one. Okay. And then you were missing the moss. How do I want to run the moss? How many things do I need that need moss? Those two. You've already been run. so those two. And the trees, okay. So probably do a split on what we got on the moss so I can run what I have down to the trees. And then we'll start working our way down this list until we get to the barracks. Which reminds me, at this point, that's a check. I actually need 3.6 of those. Seems like a lot. No, 0.9. Had the wrong wood processing unit. That makes sense. Okay, so we'll say your check, your check, your check. Actually, I should not check you because we don't have the trees sorted. Okay, so that should enable wood production. And I've now got you got into you. Okay, so I'm held up by rubber stoppers. First, let's drop the science off, get it sciencing. That's the seed we picked off the bus. Good to know. Doesn't do that there anymore. Okay, the stoppers... Wait, why are the stoppers not flowing? Oh, well, obviously, because you haven't fed in the rubber bit, that makes sense. At some point that's probably going to jam, but at least that works for the moment. Okay, so that's the ash sorted. So what I next need is my latex maker, which needs steam, so having it near the steam line is not a terrible plan. Is that coming out of high pressure furnaces 5? This is one thing in every 10 seconds and one thing out every 10 seconds. Okay, so then I just need to remember to put the latex slab on the right side. I miscounted, that's only 4. It's time to fix. So we can check that one off. I need 3 destructive distillation columns, taking creamy latex, formic acid, and sodium alginate to make those blocks. One product in, one product out. Okay. Oh, besides the gaseous products. Or besides the liquids. Okay, that's the out. I'll need an in. Probably for simplicity, it just wants to be on this end. I'll need to insert the fluid inputs probably next. Yeah, so let's skip over those two, go to the fluid. So, the 3 slaughterhouses make the fluid. Ah, of course, 1 short. Probably just overlap by 1 more to the left, and that'll work. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. These take 1 input and output a whole mess of product. How do I want to handle the sorting? And how much actually comes out per second? Not that much, right? 2, 3, 5, 8 things. No, 7 things that are solid, 1 fluid. Every 10 seconds. So 1 inserter would be able to handle everything. I don't want 1 inserter to handle everything, because I want to separate the cages and everything else. But 1 inserter would handle everything. And I think that goes to the one thing else on the whole setup that uses fuel, which is our 1 burner assembler. Okay. I'm going to sort of cheese it a bit. If I have surplus wood, I'm going to use that as my fuel source for this inserter. Not the inserter, the burner assembler. That way I don't have to deal... Although, I am so close to my ash return there. The ash return's gonna fork at some point, probably, but short term, we're right next to the ash. I should just bring a line off of the coal. The raw coal. Aluminum processing. Stage 1 complete. Which I may actually want to do. That's as far as we go with aluminum to aluminum smelting stage 2, which is a while off. So, chrome into rubber, electric energy distribution, mining productivities. That's a building that turns stuff into biomass. The recipe turned biomass into raw coal. So you never have to run out of raw coal again, or you can use that to make flue gas. Okay. Basically everything organic can be made into biomass at the compost plant. Okay. Add that to the queue. Burner assembler Mark IIs. Or if the Mark 1s weren't fast enough for you. It's usually not my problem with the Mark 1s. Although it also gives us the automated factory, which is the first electric factory. Should probably put that in the queue. Yeah, we'll do that queue for the moment. That's kind of what we're trying to automate here. Okay, so you're the building. Cage is my barracks. Actually, I can probably run this a bit tighter, in case I need the space for future steps. Doing that. And then you are blacklisting cages. You are whitelisting cages. Not that you need to be whitelisted. And then... that's not what I want. Copy paste to those. Copy paste to those. Okay, that's that step checked. And that step checked. That's a little bit more of incomplete. That's definitely going to need to be below, or below into the west here. The other fluid I need is the creamy latex. 4 washers. I'm 1 washer short, so I need to go pick up a washer. Yeah, I need to go pick up a washer. Let's go pick up the stuff I need for the secondary crusher as well. I think I've walked past the washer already. We'll grab it on the way out. But the stuff I need is down here at the end. I'm going to need some of those circuit boards, I believe, for the crusher. Secondary crusher. Yeah, some circuit boards. Circuit boards. I'll grab a few extra just because I need to make some splitters on the go. And duraluminum. Grab some plastic I didn't need while losing that, but it's fine. And then steel and iron. One secondary crusher. And then checking that I need, or have what I need. I need 3 high pressure furnaces, or a high pressure furnace short. I need 5 soil collectors for that step, and 3 for that step. Nope. Okay, so I'm just... Actually, apparently have 1 more than I am expecting. Some washers. 1 washer, 1 soil collector, 1 high pressure furnace short. What about in the inventory? There's the washer. 1. Actually, it wasn't 1 of you short. We'll take 1 just in case. And the high pressure furnace was the other one I was short of 1 of. And while we're out and about, we'll go do a run to see if there's 10 trees waiting for me. Hopefully a little bit of Varric, because I'm going to need that to get the Varric setup started. Ideally, I need like 12 for a decent bootstrap. The whole thing obviously needs much more than that. So the whole thing needs 400 plus 20. So 420 to get the whole thing started. It's going to be a bit of a slow startup. Past the trees. Got 10 trees? We got more than 10 trees, yes. There we go. So there's our starting box. 10. Not ideal for a bootstrap, but it's better than nothing. I'm definitely gonna have to do some more coke to CO2. Not enough coke in the system. Oh, not enough CO2 in the system. There might be enough coke. In fact, I think there's too much coke. Because I'm not turning enough of it into CO2. There we go, so that'll help with more tree production. Creamy latex. I think the creamy latex wants to be off to the west here. We'll cut the forest down, and that'll clear some space. So instead, let's work on the slabs. Sodium alginate. So that's 3 high pressures. Makes 1 product every 5 seconds. So yeah. Do the water and the output on the same side. Whereas the input is basically 1 of each of the inputs every second. So actually, based off of that math, should spread them out a little bit more than that. It's going to want to have side access. One, two, three. That'll work. Although, maybe the question is, do I want it down here or do I want it up there? Be easier to steal the surplus stone. Yeah. Seaweed's already up there, and the limestone I can do wherever. And then I just have to spaghetti the alginate down. Yeah, let's do that. These are slightly too big for the hole there. Maybe in hindsight I should just left the trees there, because they did look nice. That might have been load-bearing power pole. Fix that in a moment. Okay, that's the output. That can be a input. I'm gonna have to get stone over here, so we're gonna have to spaghetti this stone over. Shouldn't be too hard. Although, those are famous last words. Should not be too hard. Whoops. That's a whoops. I need half of it for my limestone. Which actually, I suppose that means I need 2 on this side, so I need 2 on each side. And then this means that's the limestone feed. For the limestone, I need 5 washers. No, 5 soil extractors. That's a draw crusher, not a soil extractor. tree hiding behind, or a rock hiding behind the trees there. Okay. Hook that up to the water, which is pretty easy to do. Like so. And the powered up and running. Okay, so that's the sodium alginate. Another thing checked off the to-do list on this recipe. Oh, and I think you were done, so we're checking off. So we've got those 6 to go. Let's get the breeder setup running, because that's going to take a while to, well, breed up its breeding population, let's say. Let's get that crusher in while I'm thinking about it. Why are you jammed? Because the system doesn't need steam. Are you legitimately telling me I'm using so little steam that these steam generators aren't running? Interesting. Okay, so I need to install 40 of these. These are relatively big. Maybe they're not. Got a couple over there, but no, they're going to go to the side of the pipeline. And then what am I thinking about for inputs? So we got four inputs. And they got 4 sides. So it's tempting to run each side as something different. Especially because there's actually 2 outputs as well. So 6 things. 4 things in, 2 things out. Okay, I think I know how I'm gonna do this. Okay, so horizontal will run inputs, vertical will run outputs. And it's not gonna share inputs top bottom with the unit's top bottom. It is gonna share outputs left, right. Well, technically it's not sharing, but it's sharing because I'm going to make them chiral. We're going to put the empty barrels on one side of the belt, the Variks on the other. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, and I haven't run the spaghetti down to this machine. Do I have my barreling machine on me? I have my barreling machine on me. Do you want to run the water to the barreling machine or the barrels to the barreling machine? Connected to the water. So that comes down to how much space do I have up here? Running it up and down the pipeline wouldn't be too terrible. Granted, the longer I run it, the more barrels I need to keep it working right. You take barrels in, and the water, you want to put barrels with water. Need an in and an out. In takes barrels, out puts filled barrels. Just to make sure it's doing the right thing. Not trying to unload barrels, because that could get a problem. First, trying to unload something that isn't made of water. Barrel. Water. At that moment we realize there's more than one type of water in this game. Okay. Don't grab barrels with water. Unload barrels with water. Okay. When I'm going to copy it like that, I can't just delete the thing. Okay. So I need space for the belt, space for the inserter. I want a space for another belt. And same space for the belt, space for the inserter. While having space for inserter, belt, belt, inserter. Okay, so that's as far down as I can do with that row. Okay, so that is 10 of the 40 I need. This is going to be a big setup. This is only the beginning. Okay, so that's 10, 18. Okay, that's going to interfere with the pipeline at that point. So I probably want to go left or further down. Left of the pipeline isn't going to be too terrible. Okay, so that's 38. This gives you an idea of how big that will be. That is 40. Just about, if we could hide this, we could get all of them on screen. Yeah, just about be able to get all of them on screen. But here, there are better recipes for what I am doing. Just haven't unlocked them yet. I think the better recipe, for example, is I think you feed them. Although that might be better cocoon recipes, I'm not sure. Didn't do that deep a dive. I know you feed them with stuff. That makes the recipe more efficient. Just a little bit of deforesting here, make some space. Got a nice wooded map. I'm not gonna go too far for trees, no matter where I look, but that's also a problem because you don't really want to be spending time chopping trees down. Okay, so every 160 seconds I need those 4 inputs, and it'll produce those, well, 4 types of inputs. I'll output those 5, or 2 types, but 5 items. So 5 items every 160 seconds is well below half a second. So other than the fact I'm sorting them with the inserter, and thus need an inserter each, I don't need more than that. Input is pretty much the same, where because it's 160 seconds, it's fine. Real fine. Probably even look... Yeah, the whole setup. If I could somehow condense 40 facilities into one building, I could technically get away with like 3 working on native flora and 2 working on the cocoons and 1 on the moths. So yeah, it's like one each. 1 each for the input on each side. 1 for the outputs. Okay. Do left side empty barrels, and then right side will be the non barrel. Should have grabbed some inserters while up there. Do it now. Go. I just need to do that something like 40 times. Missing some Twitch chats. Explosives make quick worker trees. Yes, they can, but you have to have them researched. And then Twitch chat is also Reptid998 is saying that's a lot of Varic paddocks. There must be a lot of latex you're planning on making. Kind of is. I'm planning on trying to make half a unit of latex per second with the first Varrock breeding recipe, which isn't the most efficient. It's just the first one where you're not having to make each and every Varrock like from scratch. So I think there's, well, I know there's better recipes to do this than what I'm doing. But then you have to have unlocked them, which it results in sort of a mild chicken and egg problem of how do you unlock them without using the recipe? Those connect. They do. Convenient. I have to go get more belt. Or I can actually assemble this. Probably grab more inserters while I'm at it. Yeah, 40 times 4 is more than 100, so I will need to grab some more inserters. Okay, we worked out I don't actually need that to be a splitter up here, because I could just take off the end of the belt anyway. Do that as a straight pass-through. So let's grab a decent amount of inserters, decent amount of belt, underground belt, and assemble a bunch of electrical. Okay, yeah, this definitely looks like a situation where this is going to jam if I don't sort it. So let's spaghetti this ash out. That ash return should work. Always convenient when you can hook into an existing one. What I'm kind of trying to make right now is the stereotypical, what does one of these look like in the middle of the block? So I can do a bunch of copy and pasting of that working design. Give me a blueprint of what I'm supposed to be doing in every location. So that one should work. What I want. That's going to be my sort of most common denominator copy-paste. Okay. Exception is the bottom row, but that's going to be easy enough to clean up when I get there. In the very end. I suppose we'll copy-paste on the very end anyway. Ghost is in the way? Well, the ghost is rock, so overwrite the ghost. Whoops. Apparently I have to be careful how I'm doing the scroll. So I can scroll between the most recent copy-pastes. As a thing that might be worth knowing about in the future, but it's not what I was intending to do. There we go. So that's the assignment for where every little bit needs to go, with some minor modifications. Let's plumb the outline first. Oops. Ghosts will happily click and drag, but not ghosts, less so. The undergrounds are probably actually easier to do once I got the belt in, so I should probably stop doing those, but I'll just resist doing it for the other rows. Finish up here. Oops. That's not how that's supposed to work. Oh, and I'm definitely going to run out of belts here. So much belt, such big setup spill. Use. There we are. Add a belt. Let's go grab more Varix. And then we'll grab a belt. Last time we grabbed a belt, we grabbed 1,000 belts, and that wasn't enough. Not enough at all. Oh, the system's probably not using enough CO2 because I'm not actively making mods. We weren't having enough CO2 earlier, but that seems to be fixed for the moment. Or at least in that section it seems to be fixed. We'll revisit it when we know we got the system running properly. Another 18. $657. Well, that's gonna have to be a start. The many, many belts of this setup. And that's all the belt again. Okay, let's install some of these inserters before we get carried away on grabbing more belt that isn't going to be there because it hasn't had time to it hasn't had time to be refreshed. run the horizontals because they're a little bit longer and I can stay in a given orientation longer. Anyway, we have enough inserters for the whole setup because the setup uses exactly 40 times 4, which would be 160 inserters for this portion of the setup. And this whole time we're opening up the belts are being rapidly produced because I need more belts and more Varix, but the belts are what I'm hoping to get produced the fastest at the moment. Because if the Varix are short, I can... Well, I've only put the first 10 in because I need the cocoons as well to breed them. So I need to save some for the cocoon setup. If anything, I probably want to set or feed the cocoon setup more the first pass to get it started. Because it's input to this setup, so does Flus... Is it Flus? I don't know how to pronounce that. I know that's a word. But my dyslexia is deciding I don't know how to pronounce that today. To fill the system here. No, I was trying to say different synonym to fill. Fill the system here, I will need the cocoons, and I might as well have that be the system that's filled up first. That'll take 80, and this will take 400. No, that'll take 20. This will take 400. It's 2 each in the cocoon maker. I need 10 of those. Versus the 40 of these. Okay, so that's all the inserters in. Run for the belt. Not expecting particularly large hole this time. 461. Actually more than I was expecting. Probably enough to get that setup done. Probably not enough for the next setup. And there we go. Do need to run power. I need to figure out how I'm going to sort these feeds. So 3, 15, 10, and 5. The feed rate is so low. But yeah, the whole feed is like less than half a belt each. So do I mix the half belts and then split them? It's probably the easiest way to do that. And I gotta split them 4 ways. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. I'm far enough up, I don't need to go that way, okay. No, that's not going to work. So you're the top one. I know, you're the... top of the level. Yeah, top of the level. Which counterintuitively means I need to bring you to the bottom. Of the type, okay. Need to back this up one. Because otherwise I don't have the clearance. And yeah, we're gonna run out of belts real fast. Okay, so that's my splitting. And then each of those wants to be 2 half belts. Okay, I probably want the top to be the rat cocoons and the barrels, and we make the bottom the native flora and the moss. Speaking of native flora, do I have a nearby source of native flora? Down there. That's a bit far away, but I can work with that. Definitely work with that. That's better than trying to run from over there. Could run from over there. There might be a way for me to get it through the middle there, right? So you need 3.1, and the old automation science needed 10. So the belt that I have that has 15 coming in should be enough to support both. I've just got to spaghetti it over there. Okay. So it and the moss has to get spaghettied over there. And then I gotta make the... well, the barrel filling is already happening. Although I need to put barrels in the system. And then we need the respective complexes. And yeah, so it'd be getting that belt and the end there, somewhere over there. Although I could put yeah, that would work. And then that's gonna get spaghettied over. Okay. Gonna go grab belt. And we'll go grab splitters as well. And past the splitters. There's the splitters. There's 2 of them. Because there's not enough parts down here. Okay, well, we'll take our 2. Grab some more circuit boards so I can handcraft more later. The great and long and glorious run. One end of the bus to, well, not quite the other end, because I've got a off-road that we take usually just before the end. Okay, now do I want to get this spaghetti to work? That appears to be working. Around the outside of the way here. Technically that's the inbound from SciPack 1 on that belt, that empty belt. That's why it's empty. We're not done making SciPack 1, so it's very empty. And then I've already decided this is going to be a half belt, so I can do the half belt merge here and run it merged to save some belt from here on out. We're out again. Okay. Okay, so let's start while waiting for the belts to catch up a little bit. Evaluating how I want to do my surround on you. So we've only got the one Vert cocoon recipe right now. Water barrels, native flora, sap, moss. And 2 outputs. It's bigger than those. Okay. It also needs moss and native flora, so arguably I should split the belt again. And yeah, that was the half a belt of the native flora, well, the residual from native flora and the moss for both of these. So actually, this does need to get split. So we're looking at something like that, so I can take off the half belt. Okay. So that's the same belt. I want that either needs to get split before it comes in the system or needs to go off on its own belt. That can come as long as it's half belting with the Varrock Cocoon come off by, or come off with the Varrock Cocoon. Suppose we got concept of how much space is that going to take up. Yeah, so I think we're going to want that forest gone. Get rid of the forest. It's a large chunk of the forest. Okay, so that's definitely enough for it to run horizontal. I need to get 10 of these in here. Alright, so the problem coming all the way down into that nest like there is obviously I'm going to probably want a second row. Unless I really run just horizontal 10, one row. Don't think that's a great idea. Yeah, so I probably want to run 2 rows. So I probably want to run... And I need, obviously, the 2 belt space. So 1, 2... 2. And then off the bottom, I need at least 2, so that's as close. So I should get to the bottom. Let's give it a third in case I need a little bit of squeeze space. I'm looking at something that looks like that, which is massive. Definitely. Oh, no, I'm one shorter than I should be. I should be one more to the left. Okay. Grab the whole thing. Okay. So I need to go 1, 2 left, and 1, 2, 3 up. And we got lots of trees to chop. And the fun of building in the middle of the forest. Not that I need the moss and the rocks out of these rocks, but we need the rocks out of the way. There we go. Whoops. It's off by one tile. Okay. Again, these are fed slowly enough. I should be able to handle it all with a single inserter, basically per purpose. So the unloaded products I want coming out separately, so one inserter for each. We're going to feed it with 2 belts, with each product being half belted on one of the 2 belts. So each of those belts will need 1 inserter. Spacing-wise, I only did... I did 4 spacing on the interior ones. Okay, so I can run double belt through vertical. And then horizontal also did double space on the horizontal. Okay, so I can run double for the horizontal. And then I've got the argument of how you want to do this. I could do a central feed for the inputs, with a couple of underground belt tricks, so both top and bottom could feed from the... Well, what would have been top and bottom could feed from the same belt. Wouldn't be a straight feed belt. Well, then it would be a straight feed belt. That's an option. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. allows me to take off both sides, using 2 belts down the middle. And then one of these products, I want the water barrel at the end. So I mean, the bottom is the thing I don't want at the end, or at the end. So it reaches its end. Turn to them. Click like that. Click like that. Click like that, and that's actually where that belt can end completely. So the other one is going to be the sap and the water barrel. Almost makes more sense to have the... Almost. Doesn't, but almost. Makes sense to run the sap the other way. Gonna change where the water barrel line comes in. So I can push it through this setup first. I'm just gonna move the water barrel setup. Doesn't need to be where it is right now. Oh, and you're connected like that, so that works fine. Can I make that the water barrel setup spot? There's the barreler. Yeah, that'll definitely work. There we go. Water being required. Once again, we do the whitelist, blacklist trick to make sure the wrong barrels don't end up in here. No, we're doing it that way. Okay, and then I guess which side of you has the barrels? I'm gonna say the top, because the barrels are up top. Like, it's gonna be easy to feed. Product in the bottom. Yeah, sap in the bottom. The wrong place. So you to do there to there. Okay. Like that. Okay, so I need a lot of belt. Need a lot of belt. But that should work. And obviously, I'm gonna need some supporting industry. We need the sap set up. Sap in the barrels. That should work. Got a first time Twitch. Sorry if it's a bit of a slow response to the Twitch chat. I just glanced over the Twitch chat and saw there was a new one. First time chat from Carl the Wimp, which is apparently his Twitch chat name. Do you have your first Varric yet to get started? Yes. As you see, I'm apparently very slow at responding. This is not the first Varric setup. This is the first automated one. So, as you saw, I just pulled out my inventory. I had 18 there. I got another 10 over here. I'm going to grab belts, and then I'm going to go grab more Varrics for feeding up the setup. But yeah, I've got my first one. We're up to chromium processing, so obviously we've done some SciPac 1. Inside pack 1 obviously requires some rocks. What else did I come here? I'm not going to grab more stars. Let's run and grab more of the rocks from the setup that's currently making them. Because to get that setup fully running, I need 420, and we currently have 28 in the setup. Here we are. It got me another 20. Through my menu trying to figure out what or which of the panels is the barrels. So I'm gonna start building barrels as well. So those can be made by hand. The number we're gonna need is gonna be an outrageous number to make by hand, but there. It has a steel plate. Okay. The barrels are still barrels. Feeds that component in, which is the moss and the native flora. Yeah, that works. Not what I'd originally planned, but it'll work. Okay, so I need to do 35 sap extractors. A relatively clear area up here. Let's see how well those work out up here. So what, that's 7. Comparison to some of the stuff we're building for this setup, this is the small part. Don't these have a recipe I need to set? Yeah. Okay, so given enough time, we should have the sap flowing. So now to get these setups properly set up with inserters, belts. Oh, wrong way around. Go. Okay, there's the sap flowing in, so I'm gonna have to build a bunch of barrels. I suppose I can get started on that. 24 barrels. No way is that gonna be enough. But then it might be enough to get the system started. Those are the empty barrels. I got this backwards. You're the white list, you're the black list. You're getting grabbed, and you are. Yes. And we're making Vera cocoons here. So I actually got the Vera cocoon. Yeah, the Vera cocoon setup portion is done. You're done. You're done. Oh, I haven't done you yet. You're done. So I've got those two to do as well once we get the barracks plumbed in. I maybe didn't leave enough space to get the fluids through. I need to get over here. No, I can run up that bit of plumbing there. That'll work. Yeah, we'll come right up that bit of plumbing. I am a plumbing corridor there. That'll work nicely. In the meantime, however, I need more belts. For some reason, I tend to go through those real fast. Also check up getting more rocks. We got the cocoon setup complete, but I need another... Well, I got 18 in the inventory, but I need another 390 to take that 18 off of, so 372 to get the setup complete. 785, that'll be what we take. 100 of these. Yeah, that probably explains why my throat is a bit sore. I haven't had any of my tea. My standard English tea, milk and sugar, is, well, it's been sitting there for 2.5 hours, so it's a bit cold, but it's a good old regular tea. Okay, just finished off that tea. No more tea. I think as soon as we get this setup running, and... Oh, as soon as I get the setup running, we'll do a build review, and then I will go make a new cup of tea. Oh, which reminds me... Don't put them in cages yet. I don't have any cages in the setup either, but I don't need them in the cage right now. So those are my empty barrels. I need the empty barrels to go back to become full barrels. Or I'm gonna need a whole lot more barrels if we're not recycling them. And that should be done. Okay. So we need some power, because nothing over here is powered yet. Try to avoid load-bearing lone power poles. Cross-linking as much as possible. Okay, I need to make a run to grab more copper and more steel, because I need more power poles and I need more barrels. I need 200 power poles. Where's the steel? There's the steel. See if we can find this place where I'm not trying to pick something else up with it. I don't really need the brick or the planter boxes right now. That segment will work. Okay. 300 barrels. In the hand queue. And hopefully that'll be enough to prime the system. It probably won't be. But we'll reach that bridge when we get to it. Usually you need something like 2.5, 3? Sometimes it's 3. Times the items that go in the... probably actually is 3 times the recipe. To get a building full so things go past it on the belt. Just a lot of barrels in this case. Because we got so many buildings. There's 50 buildings. I suppose by that math, I definitely need more. Because you're going to want... There's 120. Just to get those 10 full. Problem is saying if you hover over an ingredient in the machine, the tooltip will tell you the automated insertion limit. Okay. So yeah, it's 2 times the recipe, plus you probably should assume that the recipe is running, so my estimate it's 2 to 3 is apparently about right. At least for these recipes. I'm not sure if it does that in vanilla Factorio. Apparently does do that, which is what Carlo Imp has just reminded me of in Pyanodons. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case in vanilla. Or if it is the case in vanilla, I think it's new. I don't remember that being the case in older patches. Apparently I can run this a little faster. I think gives me a predictor, right? Yeah, okay, so 2 is more than I need, but we'll do 3. I suppose at some point I need to follow the life cycle of one of these barrels to make sure they're getting out of the system after being used. Dusha's saying, I think it automatically increases the limit for really fast recipes, obviously not relevant here, and I'm pretty sure that it's in vanilla, at least it's in my current game that isn't Pyanodons. Okay. Okay, so there's my empty barrels. Make sure those go to the right place. Got some unloading down there, so I'll actually see it a bit better down here. And you split, and the barrels are going down that way. And on the right side of the belt. And then if we do a trace search, this should get me back to the barreling machine if I've done it right. Here. Splits off the Varrox, which we're not currently using, and the empty barrels go this way. Up here, across there. Around the corner, under that underground Into that underground and into the infeed here. Okay, so it should be working. Okay, now there's 324 barrels in the system. Although, yeah, did the math, it's going to be 90 here because it's 6 insertion limit, or 8 insertion limit. Plus 4 in the active recipe, because when it's running it, it's eating those 4 until it spits the product out. So that's 10 times 12, so that's 120. And then down here, this would be another 9 per machine. There's 40 machines down here. So yeah, there is the potential the system will jam, because it'll eat all the water barrels, they'll be stuck somewhere and not being used correctly. So at some point I'll have to put more barrels in here. Short term, this should work. Yeah, short term this should work. Just go grab more steel and make more barrels. Oh, and I need to do my creamy latex. That's the other thing I need the zap for. I'm going to need underground pipe. Let me go get that underground pipe. I'll go grab more steel and we'll be handcrafting while we're doing that. There's the steel bolt. The 300 water. And 300 should actually be enough to make sure the system works. Might put some delays in the system if I only have 300, but 600 or so, but it should be a working number. Oh, that's the regular pipe. There's our pipe to ground. Okay, that's another 6 procs. Yeah, the barrels are definitely going around. Okay. Currently intaking some barrels there. The barrels flow. Okay. Instead of getting distracted, I'm getting those Varics. Let's get the creamy latex going. So creamy latex is going to require me to split off the sap, split some of the sap off, wash it with limestone, and then plumb the product into that pipe. That's 4 washers. What's the orientation on the washers? What I want. Can I get a pipe to go under? Yes. Need to... Well, this one I can space on that spacing. The next one I need to space a little more. Okay. And these need 1 sap, well, 2 sap every 8 seconds, so basically 1 every 4. Let's easily handle with a single inserter. I need... That's that. I need 3 soil extractors to provide enough. The liquid product, or the limestone product. And there we go. Creamy Low-Tech's glowing. So all I'm missing at this point, in theory, is the sufficient number of racks. Oh, and a bunch of cages. I need to build a bunch of cages. That one's around the wrong one. There we go. Check to make sure there's no another the right way. Those are alright. I was just doing this the wrong way. Check the bottom side as well. You're good, you're good, you're good. Yeah, it's just the one that was the wrong way around. Okay, we're just waiting for there to be enough flow on the barrels for the barrels to get this deep. And a little bit for the Varix to get this deep, because I've only got 3 of the... Oh, I've only got 4 of these with the Varix in them. First recipe on that one is going. Well, now I just need to breed up another 360 rocks, and we'll have 0.5 Pranodon's Science a... Well, we'll have, yeah, 0.5 SciPack 1 a second. So we'll be flying through the tech tree at that point. Right until we hit the next science spec. Or we hit the proverbial brick wall again. Or probably going to run out of CO2. Something's probably going to stop me from running at full speed. Although right now, the not having enough of it's what's stopping me. Six more. Anyway, you are running at full speed, so there's nothing actually slowing you down. Other than the fact that it's only one pen over here running. Wrong chest. Chest. Give me a little bit more science because we're being held up by the lack of the jelly over here. Not actually the lack of Thorax. I'm probably going to start banging out some cages. I don't actually need that many cages. Like, let's go check how many cages. I can check it over here. I'll need. I got 3 slaughterhouses and 1 burner inserter, so I can check what it is using the one over here. So, you want to look at your automated insertion limit for, so we'll say 5. You want 5 cages, and then you want, well, 3 of them need to be caged at a given time. 1 being actively rendered and 2 on the waiting block, right? So 9 plus 5? So I only need like 14 cages. Don't need that many cages. I'll probably give it a few more than that, because I can. So find the titanium, find the lead. I have more than enough nickel sitting in the inventory as is. Okay. That actually makes that really easy, because the nickel and the lead are on the same road. Is there, or not the nickel, titanium and lead. Titanium and lead. Interesting. Probably lead's going to be the... Yeah, lead's probably going to be the issue at the rate I'm making it. Something's definitely wrong with that ash line. Oh, that system's jammed up. What's jammed it? What is the jam? The ash. No, the iron. This is an iron output issue. Iron isn't going anywhere. Ah, because the iron literally goes nowhere. Fair enough. Because it comes to here, and this is the old base, and the old base is... not quite defunct, but about as close as you can get to it. It's got 1 consumer, which is this planter box, which feeds my, tree/sapling farm. Nice sap tree farm. Okay, so I need to divert you to the new base. Okay, so that makes it a bit circular because it's feeding itself, but the Ouroboros at least has a leak at that point, and should flow. Yep, so prioritize the left, but if there's no demand on the left, go right. That gets the iron flowing. The iron flowing unjams the setup, which is what we want to see. Slowly disassembling some of the old spaghetti temporary some circuit components. Actually, I still need that copper. Well, we repurposed the thing the copper's flowing to. That's why we still need the copper. Goes to the formaldehyde makers. Okay, so now it's not lead. Stand in my way, it's titanium. Two more rocks. Okay, to get you to flow faster, I need to solve that ash problem. There we go. I think that can make the minimum of cages. Hopefully that... Pulling that ash, in theory, actually hasn't really helped much, because all we need to do is get it flowing, and at this point it's flowing, but... Okay, that's 10. That's enough to get another machine running. And the more machines we have running, the more the machines help us make more of the machines run. Interesting, I would have expected to be some Varoks already. Oh, you're missing an inserter. That would help. Yeah, you haven't got any barrels yet. Maybe I need to put more barrels in the system. Yeah, you're limited by lack of barrels, and we're limited by lack of barrels. That's an argument for more barrels. There comes the Varrock. Oh, what about one? Okay, no. Prioritize. App priority left. Don't do any on the on the right. Okay, the first two from this setup. Still, does mean it's going to go faster. Itty bitty faster. Again, to save myself having to pick it up. Put an inserter there. Put a wooden box here. I don't have it disabled going into the slaughterhouse because, you know, we'd like them to read more and not immediately get turned into more science. Let me go grab more steel for the barrels. There's the barrel. That tab. That's the steel line. Okay, another 300 barrels. Yeah, it's definitely barrels being the issue, unless I've got a sort of missing for you, and that isn't the case. More barrels. Setup is thirsty. Hello, Obada. Apparently I'm being raided. I hope you enjoy Factorio Pyanodons Mod. Come to scratch my furniture and sleep on our pillow. Well, we're in a factory. I'm not sure how much furniture we got in this factory here for you to scratch up, but hope you enjoy the attempted startup here of a automated SciPack run. Howdy, howdy. Yep, hello. Roll, watch here, scratch your rocks. Has a D before B. Odaba? Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. The Seraph Cat is the other one who's commented in chat. More barrels in the setup. See if that helps. One problem is getting enough water, barreled water into the setup, and the other is having enough Varox to make more Varox. My Twitch chat is saying, and Serif Cat is pronounced C for cat. And Serif Cat is like, I like Serif Cat. It makes me think of fonts. Okay. Three more Varks. Don't have enough barreled water if it's not getting down here. And Reptid998 is saying, oh hey, it's a raid between streams, I was both watching. Here for Sutherland. Past 3 a.m. here, so good night and thanks for the stream. Well, I hope you enjoyed the stream. This is being recorded to upload it to YouTube, so if you want to catch it later, I'm uploading both edited versions and particularly highlights. So if you want to see highlights of the builds as they get completed, they'll be up on YouTube under the username willcall100. So it's the same as the user, or sorry, same as the Twitch chat here, but with an extra 100 on the end. General Tank is saying, I also dropped in from the raid. Well, I hope you enjoy the run. Reptid998 saying, only 6 a.m. here. Well, it's only 3 a.m. where I am, so... So Reptid saying, I should probably start getting ready for bed. Yes, people reminding me that it is apparently late at night, and I agree, it is late at night. But I'm close enough to SciPack 1 be automated. I think the stream will end when it's actually running at this point. Now that I'm looking at the time. General Tank 3 is saying 5 a.m. for them. Yes, we're all burning the midnight oil, or in this case, the early morning oil. More barrels. Odaba is saying one benefit of the late night is, of course, the lower temperature. Yeah. Although I'm a weird person. I grew up in California, which is hot, and I'm not currently in California, so I'm like perpetually in long sleeves to counteract not being in California because it's cooler up here. You've got your water. You've got your water. You don't have your water. And it's not due to an inserter problem, it's just not enough barrels in the system. Although it looks like that's slowly filtering through. Probably get more barrels. Get more steel, make more barrels. And we'll check up the old Varrock maker if it's got a couple that we can pick up. Make another 300 of those barrels. So to be fair, I've got enough barrels in the system should work right. But there's some delay between the barrels getting filled and emptied and filled again. And I think that's what's sort of butts into the system. So if I just get enough to fill the system enough, that's not an issue. I think the system will work a little better. And then obviously we need enough of the Varrocks to breed more Varrocks. I think the system makes a whole half a Varrock a second. When it's running, oh, whole quarter of Varrock a second. When it's running at full speed. There we go. So that's going to be the last 33 science off of the old science setup. Inventory's full. Which reminds me I should go drop the science off before I worry about barrels. We'll free up another inventory slot. Here we go. Store the inventory enough for the moment. how much have been bred in the meantime? Another one. It is a start. Oh, I partially see what's happening. All my splitters are picking up the odd Varrock on the bias. Okay. Fix that. Oh, that's the only one I wanted to do the other way around. Right is right. Okay, no Varrock there yet. No Varrock there yet, which makes sense because it shouldn't be breeding this far up yet. There is a Varrock there. Grab that one. There's a Varrock there. Now there is a dead one. Let's just pick up. There's one there. Couple there. Couple there. There we go. More barrels. Sorry, I'm having hiccups for some reason. Another 6. The more we have, the faster they breed. The faster they breed, the more we get. Here comes some more rocks. Yeah, the whole system should... Well, the whole system, if it had the Varrocs, should now actually be running, I think. I think we've reached the magical number of pearls where the system works. And sorry for the maybe not necessarily very riveting Factorio building here with the Pyanodons start. Pack 1 right now is... well, I suppose breeding here is not necessarily the most glamorous of steps. But it's 160 seconds to make 2. And we're coming up... I can't see this. Coming up on the first... well, that's 100 there, of the 400 needed to get the paddocks full. Another 2. I don't know if it makes a difference if you spread it out amongst a bunch, or if you stack them all tall like I am in each paddock, as far as breeding rate is concerned. Might technically be a situation where it's better to put 1 in each rather than put all 10 in 1. Somebody who knows the math a little bit better than probably could correct me on which one's better. It's making the move around. Pull out of the box in the moment to go put them somewhere. Another 2. And at some point I'm going to have to get some caravans. A little bit of caravan shipping point in here. So I can get the meat and the brains out. I think I'm gonna add a few more barrels while I'm at it. I suppose if I want to try to make the stream a little more interesting. Has everyone here seen my my massive bus? Or is there people watching that haven't seen the bus? Because some people who have been watching the stream have noted I've decided to build a bus here. Bus mall to go collect all the various machines I need to build things. And it is quite a sight. Go take a look anyway. I can grab some splitters while I'm up there. I can grab some concrete as well. This is the beginning of the bus mall. Beginning of the bus mall. Grab a couple stacks of concrete. Maybe one stack less than that. And yeah, it just goes, it goes, and it goes. I'm gonna run the other end because the splitters are at the pretty much at the end at the moment. There's the splitters. Two to shorter small parts. I'm gonna have to sort small parts out a little bit better. Oh, inventory's full. Here's a place that uses some logs and clear some. Well, could if that wasn't already full of logs. Shove. There you go. It's the barrels making again. The barrels and the rocks deployed. Okay, so we've got the first row of 10 buildings, all with 10 in them. Put one in each of the second row. See if that makes a big difference. Definitely a little bit more micro-heavy to do that, because you have to go into the menu to just put one in. That might make a difference on how quickly they breed from bootstrapping it. to. That's the setup. Slowly and steadily, we'll get faster and faster. Using about half of the production right now. So in theory, once this really gets going, I might need to make more power. There's a couple about to come in. Okay, with that I think we can get all of them running at minimum speed. It's just making them getting up to speed. Full speed. Go do another quick run over to the old setup. Hi, tech. I remember there's one of the techs that is a derivative. Actually, let's not check the tech tree. Let's check in the here. Do I have the caravan field? Yes. I have the outpost, at least. So that's the outpost. That's the fluid outpost. Don't need a fluid outpost. So yeah, probably want to get one of those going. Apparently just missing a bit of steel. Actually get 2 of those going. And then to breed them, need those recipes. Biosample, moss genes, generic earth DNA sample, a couple of rock cocoons, and some saline worm. Made in the creature chamber. Could maybe get some of the stuff for that. Okay, so I got my 2 caravan outposts. How do those fit in this space? They'll fit over here, which will work reasonably well, I think. So, that'll be for the brains. So when I have caravans, I can tell them go get brains. They can come get here. This will be for the other meat. ET byproducts. Okay. I'll be right back. Use the facilities while they take their time to breed. Okay, back in the headset. Got another 12? I'm actually surprised we only got 12. Okay, while we're waiting for these guys to breed, let's see if we can get one of those caravans going. So most of the stuff for that should already be over there. We got Varrock cocoons over there. Got it already plumbed up with saline water. So it's just making the one generic Earth DNA sample, which actually thinking about that means I should grab 15 automation science packs. There you go. Should be enough. Got that automated, no point in handcraft it. Okay, so you need automation science packs. Put you in. That actually should be enough for you to finish the one DNA thing that I need. Grab some Varrock cocoons. We got that over there, so that's easy. 24, more than I need. Maybe got some Varrocks for me to bring back over to the old setup. Okay, so we need moss samples, which is moss. And some biosamples. Need more biosamples. Probably need more moss too. Moss gene samples. You... more of those, which need more of the titanium. Have my titanium and lead. Here we go, just 2 more moss samples. And we'll have the first caravan being made. Slow-moving land creature with a lack of free will. Not too bright, but reliable. Here we go. Oh. And there we go. So that is the first caravan. That was what I was trying to check to see if that was a milestone, and that is in fact a milestone. So we got our first caravan here. at 88 hours and 49 minutes. Probably could have been done sooner, but I wasn't trying to rush it. I'm trying to get it done to go hand in hand with automated meat production. So it has its brains. So if you're watching this on YouTube, that should be a highlight. The next highlight should hopefully be SciPack 1 properly scaled up. We're still waiting for the Varrock breeding, so catch you in the next highlight if you're on the YouTube highlights video. If you're here in the Twitch VOD, you gotta hang around with me, sadly. Although I think the breeding should hopefully be getting faster and faster at this point. $38. Almost halfway there. Animal labor placed down a caravan. It's complaining it has no brains, which is very true. It has no brains. And I don't have any inventory for the moment, so it's gonna have no brains. Add interrupt. Get brains. Addition. Food count. Less than 2? Go to that caravan place and store food. I'm gonna allow this one to interrupt other interrupts. Sounds reasonable. And I'm supposed to make that warning go away. I will go grab it some brains. To run the test. And here's my brains. Brains. All the brains. Otherwise I got gut and a little bit of meat. Grab the meat while I'm here. It's the turn. There's the turn. So if I could have gone to the secondary turn, that would have been fine. This would have been a bit of an overshoot. Okay, so we're going to start off putting the brains in the caravan outpost. So if I give him a brain, the didn't trigger. Oh, we gotta tell him the brain. Which, brains are low. Go get brains. He's still idle. Okay, so I haven't set it up right. Okay, so that's not right. At this point, this is obviously not going to be done. So interrupt there. So I need it to be below. Okay. Okay, that looks like that's working. But that didn't work. Brain has 2 actions. Told it if it's got food less than 4, and it's currently got food of 1. Oh, I think I see what's happening. It's not trying to complete the order, because it's got an order. It checks. I haven't set the interrupt to override the interrupt. I think it's set up right for the moment, for at least loading. I don't have an unloading location for it yet, so it being able to unload is maybe less important when there's no place for it to unload to. Okay, half done getting the bag set up. Get the necklet being mined again. Plus 16. Need more copper and concrete. Go grab some concrete. Copper. Get another caravan outpost. So somewhere over here to feed the raw Nexla eating, I'm gonna want my meat and stuff deployed. I figured it was wrong. This is a hand-fed setup, to be fair, so I figured it was wrong with my intermetallics. So we're getting a little more intermetallics. Anyway, we're gonna have a caravan outpost up here. See if I can assign that as a destination through the fog of war. That would be convenient. And a destination. Yes, I was able to fill it through. This is the empty cargo. So it had cargo to load. Tell it to deliver the cargo. $28 more rocks. There it is. 3/4 of the way full. Again, this will, when done, make a quarter of a Varrock a second, so it's definitely getting faster. It's another 12. Two more Varrocks over here. So I'm going to decide what I'm going to do with the guts and the chitin. Four more. $37, $43. 43 more to go. It'll be done, and it will be running. Another 14. $28 to go. There's another 4. Four to go. Which gives 16 to go. $12 to go. I don't have any water there. What is wrong with my water? Just don't have enough barrels? I might not have enough barrels. Might need to put more barrels in the network. Yeah, I think I need more barrels. Because with how long they run, if this is not running, that's very long dead time. More barrels. $26. So that is actually more than enough. Let's move to the next phase. butchering begins. Means the latex slabs will start to flow. And with the latex slabs are flowing, the latex will start to flow. Once the latex works its way in here, we'll start having rubber stoppers flowing. Rubber stoppers are flowing. Start having some glassware be made. And with the glassware being made, that'll go to the SciPac labs, research centers. We'll have some science being made. And with that, it's alive. So, SciPac 1 is... Or SciPac Science Pack 1 is now alive. Twitch chat saying, where is the place you put the wood into? Wood into what? I'm going to do a build review, so we'll go over the whole thing here. Ayaku saying, set up a manure at scale is pain, can't even fire them in a city block, needs 2 for 15 seconds without food recipe. Yeah, it's got to be pretty big. A lot of the bio stuff is big in here. But yeah, we now have SciPac 1, in theory, running at speed. So if this is running correctly, and it might take a while to properly fill up, this should now be running at a whole 0.5 SciPac 2 a second. I think we need to work up some glassware for that to actually happen, but that's now working. So we've got the glassware maker here. Glassware maker is, or not the research center here, which takes in glassware and basic substrate. The glassware takes in rubber stoppers and molten glass. The rubber stoppers come from over here, which obviously are being produced at an appropriate rate. Yeah, well, that's going to be what's holding up. I'm going to have to check out the molten glass. We probably don't have enough molten glass being made. The rubber stoppers come from over here, assembled by these two out of latex and coal. The coal gets made from these crushed coal, gets crushed here in the secondary crushers from raw coal, with the byproducts being sent through either to fuel the burner assemblers or into the boilers here just to get consumed. With a filter bias so that any of the coal goes into the recipe that needs it and the rest gets pushed through to be spent as burnt. The rubber stoppers use latex. Latex comes from over here. This uses steam. We do have steam on tap in this base. And we have latex slabs, which comes from down over here, which uses creamy latex, sodium alginate, and formic acid. Go through the formic acid first. The formic acid comes from butchering, rendering the rocks, which has this little bit of... The output gets kicked out here. the meat gets sent over to the caravans. We did make caravans a little bit earlier, although they're not really doing anything yet. The cages get sent back over here to cage Varrox up because the butchery slaughterhouses do not want uncaged Varrox. And I might need to put a few more cages in here to get this running properly. Although I suspect it's still the... Yeah, I'm going to put a few more cages in here because I didn't bias the inserters correctly. Yeah, so we got that happening over there, which is giving us importantly, the formic acid. Latex slabs also need creamy latex. Creamy latex is plumbed over from here, way down here, where it is sap plus limestone plus water makes creamy latex. So, we've got a sushi belt of limestone going there to feed the washers, and then we're pulling sap off the sap maker line to make the creamy latex. Twitch chat's reminding me that probably not enough molten glass is the norm. Yeah, it's either not enough molten glass or it's not enough fuel to fuel the molten glass makers. Let's just say it's one of those two. What's probably happening right now. It's just like up there with small parts being an issue. The latex slab is also taking sodium alginate, which is made up here out of seaweed, limestone, stone, and water. The limestone being made over there, and stone we're using elsewhere in the base, so we pipe that over here, or belt that over here, and then you can see the seaweed makers. They come from over there, running past the algae, or the agar makers. We'll get around to them, describing how that fits in later. And then, obviously, we probably want to say where the Varrox come from, so we know they get slaughtered over here. They feed in from here to this massive breeding paddock facility where we convert cocoons into Varrox, as well as native fauna and moss. We'll get to where the moss comes earlier. It's a different portion of this build, but it's belted around to feed multiple different things. Including feeding these reproductive complexes, which again use native fauna, and the moss, and we've got barreled water. We've got a cycle for the water going around, and sap. They make the cocoons that feed the paddocks. This is the water barreler, which I actually have more barrels to put in, so let's show more barrels in it. It puts water in barrels, which then gets fed into the reproductive complexes, and the overflow gets fed into the Varrox paddocks. In theory, there should be more than enough being made, assuming I have enough barrels in the system. That provides the water for these two. When both of those processes finish, they output empty barrels, which then get fed back around back into the barrel maker, or the barreler, to barrel for more water. That's the Varrox into this build. This time, it's now go down the other path, which is basic substrate. So the basic substrate is made out of cellulose, incubated petri dishes, and moss. Here you can see the moss setup. I think the moss setup scaled the right size. Might be 4 small, or 4 units too small. Not 100% sure. Yeah, we got the moss up there. From the left over here, we have the incubated petri dishes, which are fed with the agar, and well, incubating them is just petri dishes, which is agar plus the empty petri dishes, which is one of the reasons why we might be low on glass. The agar is once again steam plus seaweed, which comes up from this seaweed maker over here. Big long row. Up here we also have the dirt and the muddy sludge to feed into the moss setup. Surprised I'm not having CO2 problems, although and maybe because this hasn't spun up to full speed yet. Probably because of the glass problems. I'm probably not having CO2 problems because we're having glass problems instead. with Mighty Sledge should be enough to feed this setup for all the moss farms. And then the cellulose comes from down here, where we're combining sodium hydroxide and wood in 3 biofactories to make cellulose. The sodium hydroxide comes from saltwater electrolysis. We've got a whole bunch of stone plus water being converted into saline water. Feed the saltwater electrolysis. Right now I'm being incredibly lazy, and the oxygen in the sea, or the chlorine in the hydrogen, chlorine hydrogen, no oxygen. Chlorine, the hydrogen is just being vented to the atmosphere. The hydrogen I probably have other uses for right now, so I probably shouldn't be doing with hydrogen, but we are. And of course that setup requires wood, which comes from this fastwood forestry wood processing unit combo with some nurseries over here. Which of course requires moss and water, and one of these guys... Oh, that one specifically is missing a pipe. That one's fixed. But yeah, so that's the setup, that's the massive setup, all to make half a SciPac 1 a second, assuming there's enough molten glass. Yeah, looks like it's molten glass being the issue. So probably the early next stream, I will need to go make more molten glass. Or at least figure out what the problem with molten glass is, whether it's production or fuel. It's one of those two. I'm either not feeding the melters enough fuel, liquid fuel, or it's not enough in general. Yep, that's running, and then the science comes out here, runs up here, all the way over to here, gets added on to the belt that has the automation science, and fed into the labs here. And when that's properly running, because I have enough glass, I probably don't have enough labs, so the next thing to fix will actually be adding more labs. And that is the build review. So if you're watching this on the highlights reel for YouTube, that's probably going to be the last highlight from this day, which is day 13, because it is actually about 4:30 a.m. in the morning, so it's about time I bring the stream to a close. But yeah, I think the run is coming along well. We've got SciPac 1 now automated. I now just need to troubleshoot the feeding, which I think is mostly going to be glass, and I brought up CO2 earlier. I think if the moss farms are running at full speed, I have a CO2 issue. But that's easy to fix. I just convert more coke to CO2, and probably more pitch to coke is probably how that's going to work out. And that might be the solution also to sorting with the glass, is I just got to feed some more fuel down there, or build some more glass works to consume more fuel. One of those two. But yeah, so if you're watching this on YouTube, we'll see how long the highlights are at the end of this part. If this is the end of the highlights, I wish you all the best of luck, a good time. We'll probably have another highlights up when that's made. If it isn't, say hello to day 14, because that'll be the next highlights if you're watching the highlights video. And if you're watching on Twitch, or watching on the unedited version, now we're going to go... Oh, now I'm going to basically do the outro for the YouTube video. Or the outro to the stream. So I hope everyone has been enjoying. If you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to try to do a quick... We're going to see if there's anyone to raid. Because there's 18 of you or so who are watching Pyanodons Mod, and we'll go raid someone else's stream, assuming there is someone running Pyanodons. Before I do that, let me go over the stream schedule for the next couple days. And also try to respond to the Twitch chats that came in as I got the system running. So, Space Powered Tim, where is a place you put the wood into? So we got a couple different places we put the wood into. In the SciPac 1, the wood here is going into the cellulose, as I brought up in the sort of the build review. This wood over here is going in to feed the planter boxes for the assembly machines, or for the assembly science? The original science. And then I have one other place that takes wood for circuit boards, simple circuit boards. At the moment, everything on the bus, I've got a line on the bus for where the wood goes in, but the bus doesn't actually get any wood yet. I've been manually feeding the couple assemblies on that require wood. They don't require very much wood, so I've actually overfilled them at this point. Ayaku said setting up manure at scale is a pain. I can't even fit them into a city block. Need 2 for 15 seconds without the food recipe. Yeah. A lot of the bio stuff can be large, as you can see with the 40 Varrock paddocks here. I'm not surprised about that, and that is in my future. So we're gonna see how that happens to fit in the base as well. And then side pack. Oh, nice. Okay, products. Probably not enough molten glass is the norm. Yeah, as a product when you saw that in the chat earlier is probably the norm. And then, oh, and Space Powder Tim was saying the wood on my person. So the wood on my person tends to get turned into power poles, like that. When I really need to get rid of it, I usually throw it in the buffer chest for a couple of assembling locations. So there's a couple of recipes that use wood. And on the bus, I have them right now with a buffer chest that has no into it because I don't have a wood line on the bus yet. So every once in a while, I'll go run to one of those and just sort of fill the chest. I think that's wood processing. This is one of the ones that eats logs. So I've got a chest for this when I go there and fill it up with woods. And then one of the other ones takes wood, I think. I think it's wood. Where I've got a wood processing unit being fed by one of those chests to produce the wood for that. So that's what I do with the wood in my for my person. Most of this came from chopping down trees, so it's sort of byproduct. If I really run out of places to get rid of it, there's a couple boilers I have set up. Well, I have one boiler set up as a manual feed boiler, so I just sort of, that boiler becomes the waste dump for burnable things. So if I really hit that hard of a stop, we'll end up using that as a waste dump to burn the wood that I collect from burning down trees, cutting down trees. You can see that he's successfully filling his cargo up slowly. We're not going to see him actually do a delivery today because we're not going to make that much. Unjamming the system a little bit. There we go. That'll get the slaughtering going a little bit more effectively. Remains to you. And then eat stuff in there. Okay, before I get distracted a little bit too much more the base, I'm going to go over the schedule for the next couple days. So if you're watching this on Twitch, today's stream should be somewhat obvious. We were doing Factorio Pyanodons Mod. We'll be back to streaming this again in 4 days, so we'll be streaming it on Thursday. Well, I'll start the stream on Thursday, my time. It'll probably run till Friday because I run it for like 6 hours usually. Tomorrow's stream, well, it's already 4 a.m. in the morning, so today's stream, later today, starting around hopefully 8 p.m., is going to be Shadow Empire. Tuesdays is going to be Solar Expanse. Wednesday is going to be Frostpunk 2. And then, as I said, we're going to be doing Factorio Pyanodons Mod on Thursday. And then the cycle will repeat. Shadow Empire Friday, Frostpunk 2. Saturday should be Solar Expanse. I haven't updated the stream schedule yet from yesterday being Frostpunk 2, but Saturday will be Solar Expanse. and Sunday will be potentially Frostpunk 2 if we haven't finished it by then. And then next Monday, so not tomorrow or today, but a week from now, should probably be Factorio as well. I'm not miscounting. So yeah, I hope everyone has been enjoying. This is where we're going to go and put the end of the unedited YouTube video. So if you're watching this on YouTube in the unedited version, thanks for watching such a long video. We're 5 hours into the video, but I'm going to wish you all the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and/or stream, and bye for now.